So hi everyone, test recording, test recording. So hey everyone, this is Raj. I'm just this time used to go live on Twitter, but you're trying on used to go live on YouTube, so trying Twitter this time. Um cool. Yeah, so hope you can hear me, all the voice and the audio is good. Let me check my audios. Yeah, looks good. Yeah. So this is day 6 of building a production rack system for NASA docks for 85,000 NASA docks. So yeah, I'll just quickly skim through the progress we've made so far and what we're actually building, and then the folks who are new here try to get an initial understanding of what we're trying to build, and then we'll slowly go through about the progress we've made and what we're going to do so far. This live stream would probably be a very short one, probably 4 to 5 hours or something like that. Feel free to watch the last 5 live stream. They're very much in detail, and of course, once the project is done, would probably you know have the GitHub code live, or maybe at least the URL or whatever is live for you guys. You can use it and get inspiration on code. All right, yes. So let's go through what we are actually building on this live stream. So in the past few days, we've been building this project called Meridian Aerospace, which is a mid-sized aerospace company. So essentially, it's basically like they work with this is a fictional company, and they work with NASA and they contract a lot of space agencies to provide, like services, their own consultancy services. And they have 85,000 documents ranging from 1950s to 2025, I mean till date. So the documents would vary, and I want to show you a glimpse of the documents we work with. So if I were to take one of the documents here, now we are going to work with 10,000 documents, right, at as a starting point. But yeah, you can see a lot of formulas. These are OCR text for a lot of graphs, a lot of tables, and etc. And these documents are itself in nature, they're quite complex. They have a lot of moving pieces. For example, if I were to show you this document, you can see the amount of tables, the amount of complex table. So amount of complex table you can see. And plus, like, what we've done is that in the past I would say 3 or 4 live streams, we have built an epic, a very strong document processing system that can actually process tables like this, formulas, pictures, and etc., and have a solid like a solid searchable system in Quadrant, where you can use metadata, you can filter by date and whatnot a lot. So I would encourage you to look at the past few streams if you want, so that way you know what's really going on and the progress we've made so far. So yeah, let me pull up the code and we can continue from where we left. We'll just skim through the progress what we did yesterday, and then we'll actually go to the actual this thing. Yeah. All right, so what we've done in the past live stream was that we built document processing pipeline of the system that can work with basic document processing, do table extraction, formula extraction, picture and diagram processing, do a lot of chunking, context extraction, and we also had one pipeline that can process all of it. And everything is we're using open source models. So this is very much so in case you want to deploy this in an ITAR specified or compliant server, or maybe local server, because a lot of the rocket science docs or maybe even agencies work with a lot of sensitive classified information which is not available now, which you can't push to the clouds. There are a few limitations where you can use Amazon like clouds and etc., but then still you would want it to be on-prem. Like you wouldn't want to connect your documents that's probably outside the server, etc. It probably needs to be inside your server. So this is entirely powered by open source models. I mean, the agent is powered by Claude. We can change this up to an open source model if you want, but I'm just improvising on that. But the initial document processing, being able to process all the 85,000 10,000 documents and being able to scale at 85,000 and even 100,000 docs, everything should happen using an open source model, and you get the flexibility of changing the open source models as much as you want. And then of course you'll have a drop in intelligence depending, or and an uptime and intelligence depending on the model you use, and etc. But yeah, So yesterday we accomplished a lot. We built an agent. I'll quickly show you the agent in a bit. We built the agent that could, check the document, use a bunch of tools, and yeah. So let me go through. Yeah. So the current stage we are in is basically we're building the RAG agent. We built the skeleton, started with the skeleton, and we also built a very good system that can actually spawn multiple sub agents. So for example, I'll show it in a bit. The agent can clone itself and sort of launch sub agents parallelly, or not parallelly, sequentially, to explore a lot of stuff, just like how Cloud Code would actually do it. And then the agent would also has access to a lot of like yesterday I would at least tell you, even if you're not focused on a lot of the document processing stuff, because I can't just get it to you on words and just explain the complexity in words. Yesterday was 11-hour live stream, and we figured out how to. We went through the thinking pattern. We got into the shoes of the users. Not just, I'm not also going through technical stuff. I'm actually trying to understand and spend hours thinking about the user, what the domain is, what is the nature of a query, like the realities of it, instead of just building some sort of agent. You need to understand the user to build the proper agent, and you need to be in the brains of the user, at least try to be in the brains of the user, to be able to map out how the agent should think, how it should work, and etc. So definitely would tell you to go ahead and check that out. If that I'll leave some chapters in the probably today or tomorrow, so you can click on the chapters and check it out. But yeah, so let's just I'm gonna quickly take a look at the agent we built, because we did it yesterday. I just wanna go through them one more time. Yeah, so I'm gonna run this with Haiku and in interactive mode. And I have a test query that I have yesterday. I'm also gonna start up Docker. So because Torrent has all the documents. And currently, guys, we're also working with a couple of documents. So what I've done, just to give you an intro, we are building it for 10K, but supporting it for an 85,000 document infra. Right now, so what I've done is that to be able to see the documents and work with it, you need to get diverse set of a few documents that portrays the actual picture, depicts the actual picture of the general purpose documents. For example, I took a bunch of documents from 1950s, I took a bunch from 1960s and 1970s, 1980s, and in 2000s, and the latest documents, and also took a bunch that have a lot of images, bunch that has a lot of tables, bunch that has a lot of formulas, and basically created a very small diversified data set that I can initially work with, because you can't solve tables for 10,000 documents just right now. What you have to solve is that you want to solve for 10 documents from 1960s, the worst case scenario, and give accurate responses and solve it for very like a couple of tables and edge cases. And if you do so, it'll actually work. And afterwards, like processing 85,000 or 100,000 or million is actually an infra problem, unless but you want to spend a lot of time understanding documents, a lot of time looking into the infra, looking into the generality of the documents and the nature of the documents, and trying to come up with the specific ways of how you have to pass things. Because if I were to pull this out of PDF, you can see this is from the 1954, and we got like 90% accuracy using an open source model. This is open source models, guys, with being able to extract all the formulas, the inline math, the tables, the symbols. A lot of the documents used to have a lot of symbols as well. They have a lot of nomenclature, I guess that's how you pronounce it. And they also have a lot of tables, diagrams, scanning, images, graphs, and a ton of noise as well. Like ton of, just see, declassified, some black mark here. These are like like quite complex documents. So we've solved it in the past day three seems, but probably you won't take a look at them because they're quite long. But what I will say is that just to get a refresh of what we have done, that you have to get a small diversified set that represents your entire entire database of documents. You have to get a representation, and you have to sit down and look into all the documents and see what's going, what you're really doing, and etc. And then you try, not really what are you doing, but then you have to try to pattern match. Like this has a table and that has a table. This, do the table, like, are the tables complex enough? Do they have connection points, or do they reference something in the end of the document? Do they have symbols, or where is the symbols? Do they have metadata? What is the abstract, and etc. And all of those have, like, you have to spend, you would probably spend days just having a bunch of calls with people, um bunch of calls with people in this in the domain. So when I used to work on a project like this, now I've just put it. And also note that this project cost is probably like 45 to 70,000 is basically just a sample project, fictional project. But in a real world scenario, the exact project would easily be 250K to 300K. You can charge easily 300K for a project like this. If you were to solve something at this scale, easily 300K, right? And then you have maintenance and etc. But yeah, this is just just to show that this has some decent value. This is not a pet project, right? Cool. So if you were to go through the document, I'll leave this. You already have this, I think, the link. I'll probably leave this. So this is what we are building, and I'll send the link. Oops. What the hell? Yeah. Cool. So take a look at that. It's the Notion, and if you wanna, some of the people yesterday did also take some help from the Notion, and take inspiration from it and building like the very downscaled version of it. So if you want, if you're a beginner, just give it a shot. Just start somewhere. All right, let's make a connection to the Haiku model. Oops, connection refused. Oh yeah, connection refused for quadrant, I think, because we have to start the project. Yeah, cool. Maybe on from the next live streams, I'll actually have a Notion bullet point where we can see the list of things we've done, and then so we have like good notes, because when someone were to look at at this video in a very fresh mindset, you'd probably not understand anything. So we'll start quadrant. On quadrant, okay, it's running, and let's try it now. And I'm going to give a basic query here, not a basic query, just to, now this is just to test whether all the, what do you call, all of the tools are working or not, just to test if it's working or not. We'll run, because that's the stage we're in, just trying to see if all the tools are working as properly. And we spent like a lot of time yesterday defining tools and trying to hype up its bump up its domain intuition towards tool and bring that flow to the entire agent. It has its own nodes, its own tasks, just like Cloud Code, and could spawn multiple sub agents and etc. So we'll just test it given a query. So yeah. Yeah, this is the query. Conduct a trade-off analysis for a proposed 5-footer, a 5-foot afterburner configuration operating at a flight conduction at Mach 0.8 at 40,000 feet, 105 psf inlet pressure. Specifically compare this against a 3-foot baseline configuration for 3 axes and blah 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 blah. So this was generated through Gemini. So what I did was that I passed the entire chunk to the document, because Gemini has access to all of the chunks, right? And you could like you should have that entire context to be able to generate the proper question. So then I would actually pass this question. The thing is, this agent would need to find that chunks. So opposed to having all the chunks, you need to find it. So I can verify whether the answer was right or wrong. But yeah, we'll just click on enter. So we validated all of this yesterday, but just to get that feel of what we are trying, what we did yesterday and what we have to do today, is we just fire it off and see what goes on. Oops, generating embedding failed. Yes, it's because we have to run the embedding model, and to embedding model I'm actually running through Olama, which is a Qwen 4 billion parameter embedding model. I have some RAM, so I can process embedding models, the read anchors and etc. on my PC. But when we deploy this stuff, we're going to deploy this into a one H100 system, where we'll have embeddings, we'll have read anchor, we'll have the the VLM processing model itself, and we'll actually have 10,000 documents working for at least a day, I would say, like processing it 17 to 18 hours. We'll also look into efficiencies. How could you distribute load? How could you map out? How do you build queues? We'll probably use VLLM to dynamically adjust the context caching, dynamically adjust KB cache, dynamically adjust the models memory capacity. So then if you were to even give for 10,000 tokens, and if you're only using 2,000 tokens, you can use the memory gap for the remaining 7,000 to pull something on the queue, and all of those stuff. So we'll go through everything, and of course, even if you're a beginner, you should be able to follow. We'll do it in the very simple approach and take a problem sort of solution approach, so it should be good. That'll be actually fun. We'll be doing it tomorrow, I think, and I want that'll be probably a long stream. In this stream, we build the agent. I want to get it. I want to build like I want to quickly build the UI for it, so then I can actually see what's going on and also see the sources and etc. And also build the UX for it like quickly. It's not the final UX, but just as the UX, so I can keep testing and I can see what's going on because I need to verify whether the images were right on and etc. And terminal is okay for now, but not great. So I want to just get that there. So yes, now I think this should work. Set this. Oops. This. So you can see it's performing a parallel search. This is one of our hit and get sort of query where you fire 5 parallel search at the same time based on a few queries, and then you get deduplicate. Like you basically try to hit a white space and try to get some signals and use those signals to find the right document, get info about the document, and then find. For example, if you see there's one tool called adjacent chunks. It was initial doing a parallel search. It got the initial landscape, mapped out the initial landscape, and got a specific document. The info of that, the info consists of abstracts. The info also has a lot of metadata. We processed a lot of metadata as well. You can see in the last videos. And it checks the images of it. It can also read images, and our processing is quite strong where you can read images, formulas, everything in a very different way. So they have their own tool calls because formula itself is quite nuanced, and you need to find adjacent images in inline math just for formulas. And so we solve everything. You can also see it's using adjacent chunks, or something on, just like a human, going above 300 400 chunks and also going below 300 400 chunks and etc. And then it has its own notes. It also has its own to-do list. And yeah, it does bunch of stuff, and yeah, you got a good response. The thing is like this, we've done it in a very smooth, I would say, a quite I would say a quite decent way and not a noisy way. We're not prompting the model for this you use this, for this you use this. If a scenario comes like this, make sure you use this tool, this tool, this tool, this tool, that tool, this tool. We're not doing anything. We're spiking up the domain intuition. We're telling I'll show you the system prompt, so you get a chance to see quickly. I mean, you could of course read it if you want, but we're trying to do is that we're trying to we what we're trying to do is that the model. The good thing is that the models are already trained on how these aerospace engineers talk, how they go about, what is their thinking pattern, how do they use tools, what is their hypothesis, how they form hypothesis, what is their just like the model itself is like an aerospace engineer. So we put this into a spot where imagine you're a person, the realities of the documents you work with, and use your domain intuition and the building blocks which are the tools to use them properly, creatively, dynamically to solve a problem. That's how we're trying to do it. Yeah, and it also works quite well. For example, if I were to go up, um, for example, this document is actually from 1954, right? And because of that, it actually didn't use a tool called get section, because get section would actually want you to have like a tree of let me show. No, actually, I don't want to complicate this. Basically, yeah, it's just this, depending on the documents. If it's a very old document, it knows that the document is basically basically from an old scan, and it could have very bad OCR. So we want to visually verify things, even though the parsing is right or wrong. So sort of very nuances like that. We solved all of those OCR for very bad documents, but as just in case, if you hit that 5% inaccuracy, the model will it'll be like, no, let us verify this visually and get a screenshot and verify it verify the screenshot visually. So yeah, you can see this. What I want to do is that I want to also quickly show you the sub agent. So the thing is like this: a model, only if the model needs to use it, and if it needs to, it'll naturally come up use this sub agent. But just to provoke it to do it, and this is fairly very simple scenario. Be like, I would encourage you to use or spawn a sub agent, so you can see how a sub agent would actually spawn in, how it works. And I didn't get a chance to see it properly yesterday, so we'll just go through this. So the first 30 minutes, I guess, we'll just form an understanding of what's going on and what we did in the last few days, and then we'll probably go plan out what we're going to do next. And it's so you can see spawn research thread, which is itself is a research agent. So it's basically like clone of the entire big agent, but except it can't spawn research thread because if you were to give that tool, it'll probably become a recursive loop where sub agents call sub agents, those agents call sub agents. We don't want that. So sub agents, that's the only limiting of that. Not a limiting, but actually just a filter for the sub agent. But it has access to all the tools, all the documents, and etc. And you can see the main agent has spawned a sub agent. The task is this, and it has given it a full task what it needs to do, and also context on whatever it did find and etc. Because the parent agent will have a lot of context which it needs to pass. It has passed that context, and you can see it has its own nodes. The sub agent has its own nodes. It can also have its own tasks. It does a lot of parallel search, um, search documents, and all of this stuff. And I think we've hard coded it to a max iteration of 5, just for the case of just verifying whether this works or not. So it will force the model to give a final output with whatever the information you have. But what I want to do is that check the subagent code, and I want to make the max iterations 30. Not dirty, sorry, 30. Yeah, so because it hit a roadblock, right? Only 5 iterations. Now, whatever the info it got from the subagent, it has a solid foundation, but we're still missing key concepts because with the iteration limit. Now the main agent is trying to do the work. So that's how you're building. Stuff can change in some, stuff could change in some situations. Subagent wouldn't respond, not respond. It'll definitely respond. Sometimes you'll hit the max iteration, and then you want the parent agent to continue and stuff like that. Very different scenario. You would never know. So you want to make sure the system thinks like a senior colleague of that certain domain and has access to all the documents, and also being able to solve, also thinks like a problem solver. And you also need to spike up the domain intuition, which means that you can't give examples. You can't give an example how this person will search because the model will sleep on it. What you should do is that this is the mindset, this is the person, or this is the persona, this is your personality. I would want you to think about use your domain intuition to map out the brains of the person you're working with, and then you give the right tools. And that's where you can see it's being proactive enough to continue from this space. But we'll give mac iterations of 30. I would like to see what it does, how long would the depth of the search tools and everything go for a sub agent. So we'll and we're also using haiku, and it's working well for haiku. So the haiku, our contractor trade for analysis will run the same thing. I would encourage you to use a sub agent. Yeah, and you can see the entire thread is sub-agent thread, so it's doing a lot of work. All right, so subagent pretty much did all the work. The only work that the main agent did was just map out the space, give it some context, and the subagent did all of the work. So I want to verify was this so final answer is actually based on just a final subagent's response. Usually we're just forcing it, but usually this like the subagent's response will be used as context to for the parent agents to move on or verify things and move on for like for the main task. In this case, I'm not sure whether it's as accurate or whatever. If it's but yeah, we'll just try. I tried it one more time using a subagent, and I want you to verify this. But like, yesterday it was like got a agent, like it was grade A. So let's verify this. This was only using a subagent because we only forced it to, but that's not the natural behavior. We're basically going against it and saying, for a thing where it doesn't need to use a subagent, telling to use it, there could be some gap in the response, could be like a B or a B plus or something like that. But let's see. Okay, it's actually A plus, then that's good. Okay, yeah, seems good. Critical insights as well. Yeah, then it's an A plus, which is also good for a subagent to verify. Oh, cool. Right. So what shall we work on? I want to verify whether the images it saw and everything is like I want to build a UX, but should I build a UX or should I work on the scale document processing scale aspect? Or let's see first of all whether we have made whether we have made all the changes in our tool specification. Okay, make sure to go through the agent tool specification MD and also go through the tools we have already integrated to Claude at production. And I would like to know what tools are still missing, what are the pending stuff left. Because I know there was an issue with formulas being able to not get bounding boxes. Because we are processing formulas independently, given in like as in a page. So yeah. But there was a workaround for it. I just didn't want to mess the code. That's what I didn't sort of work on it. But let's see. So get visual region block needs formula bounding blocks. Get document info added today, not in spec. Yeah, this is fine. One extra. Yeah, we added it yesterday because yeah, it was a good tool to add. Update the spec with document info and let me know because we'll actually wanna solve the bounding boxes issues for formulas next. And I had this in my development notes a way to figure type is not needed because LLM will generate whatever it wants. If search does not match, then a problem because I don't know what the hell this means. Now for nomenclature, we're not saving nomenclature, sorry. We want to read the document within next. Yeah, this we've solved it yesterday. Also for document metadata should be useful for a lot of tools, including Git chunks. We have to make a decisions whether we want to auto append to certain tools the metadata. What? Yeah, this is done. Now it's a tool. If it wants, dive deep into document, it uses the document get info to get the abstract or whatever the metadata we have for it, and then and you can see it here. You can see document get document info somewhere. You can definitely see it. Here, get document info. And this is the sub agent doing the work here. Something with formula. Yeah, so this is how the thing is. I'll take a risk and basically, it's just that like 5 to 10% sort of addition. You don't need to work on it now, but I think it's um in case you want like formulas do have a lot of inline math and etc. You want to be able to check the up like to give you a sense. I'll show it in a document because I have it in my head and when I talk I'll probably like be blabbering. So for example, you can see this formula, right? Let's go to this one. Okay, so this formula detection model, we have 90 to 95% accuracy using an open source model. So what happens is that what I'll get you the bounding boxes, annotated images, annotated. Okay, just assume this. Okay, now oops. Oh, this was done very long time ago. So there's a lot of noise. Yeah, so for example, look at this image. All will process this image. Now let's say, now how we find formulas is that now the thing is layout docklinks layout detection model was very crap, so it didn't work well for formulas. So what we did, if we detect the formula in a single page, we again using the docklinks model, what we do is just send the screenshot of the page to the model. Now, to be able to put the formula in the right place, like for example, you need to have an order of the document. Now, because when you process a model, how do you know this formula is actually after this text? Right? If you use a layout detection, give you array of items, so this is above this item, this is below this item, because you have the order ID. But if you process this as an image, you would probably have access to nothing like that. So what we do is that we draw paints boxes around all the above and below boxes, and we'll be like, this is the formula, and tell me what box is it under. Is it 5 or 4? It'll be like 4 and stuff. But that is okay, that's quite simple. But if you were to see, there's also inline math going on. For example, you can see this entire, what do you call this entire text over here on the very this is the main formula. That's why you can see main formulas are not highlighted. But you can see there's a lot of intricate parts, like f scale is trust of this can't be like this can't be processed by an OCR engine. It'll probably fail. 90% chance it'll fail. So what we do is that we call it inline math because it's inline equation of math, and then we actually get the initial inline math from the model itself. Now the question is, how would you get it? Like, for you to, like, this would be a main equation. This would be 8 and 9, but how do you get in between text? So what we do is that we call it inline math and get the start of the box and also the full of the box. And what we'll do is that we'll actually let the LLM output the entire thing. And because we have the bounding boxes, the location of the one that's actually below, which is 10, then we get the bounding box of the 10, bounding of the 7, and use the bottom of the 7, the start of the 10, whatever is in the middle is actually this particular formula or this particular whatever, formula or alignment, whatever. So then this is what we do. Now, when we do this, we didn't store BB boxes, we didn't store any bounding information. So because of that, every other item in our code do have bounding information except the formulas. So yesterday we were like, of course, we already do something like this in the bounding boxes, where what you can do is to get the bounding boxes of this, choose this bottom one as a start bounding box of this, and the top one as the ending box of the inner formula, because this could be the start of this formula. Let's see, we're working with this formula, right? Yeah, this end of 4, location of end of 4, you know could be the start of this entire formula, and the location of start of 5 could be the end of this formula. You can have extra padding, doesn't matter. End of day you get the BB boxes. So that's what we're trying to do. So paste as one line. So formulas do not have bounding boxes, and this was the idea. Check the code if you want to gather more info, but feel free to check any relevant code. But how do you approach this? And would this be accurate? We know it's accurate, we went through, but just pushes Bloat to do the extra amount of work to rethink and verify in case we miss anything. So searching the code to understand the relevant structure. And once we figure this out, we'll probably do like a basic UI to improve our testing cases. Now understand there, and this is not the end. We've not even touched the proper software. Just because we're building a UI, it's not we fixed the document processing, we fixed the agent, now we have a UI, and then blah blah blah. It's done. That's not the case. Everything we're building a foundation. We have not touched the scale of 10K. This project will only be completed when we verify that 10K documents, and that finding the needle in the haystack, giving that finding the right 40 documents inside the 10 documents works. Until then we'll push through. So nothing is ending here, just to get the UI done, so we can keep testing and I can visually see the images. If not, here I have to click on all of these tables and just I could be wrong, and I could be confused, and I could be wrong as well. So that's the entire goal. So everything here is foundational. We've not started the real work yet. This is all foundation. Now I understand the data flow. Let me summarize. VLM some text about, BB box known, some text before formula, BB box known. Formula no box, B box unknown. VLM returns after box, remaining meaning insert formula after box 2. So after box 2 is where you would return. So what we do is that we have after box bottom of y2 exactly. So yeah, the bottom of the bottom coordinates, and the next item box, if it's 3, then it's the top y coordinates. Form and estimate the formulas. It's just an estimation. This is just to get the visual region. And what we do is that even though the formula is halfway cut off in terms of bounding boxes, we'll just get adjacent region and region. If it's not enough, we'll get more region. So not a big deal. Accuracy assessment, vertical position, good. Formula is definitely between outer boxes. Vertical extend, approximate, maybe include some white space, that's okay. Horizontal position, formula simply match. Get visual. This is inaccurate enough. We're capturing region. To view and expand our below parameters, user C formula content. Implementation, we need to look up ahead and like. I'm just curious if this will, no, this will never mess up with anything. Yeah, I will implement this. The worst case, it can have the wrong bounding box. That's the worst case. And there's also one edge case. For example, if you're bounding, if you don't have an item, let's say you have a formula, and if you don't have a bounding box afterwards, actually what we say is that before we code, I also want to think about a little bit of edge cases. Sometimes if the formula is actually in the end of the page, or maybe start of the page, then you might not have the start box or whatever, right? But it's okay. I think the model will anyway give you, I think, an after box. Anyway, I'll give you an after box. But yeah, I just wanted to bring this up. The thing is, we don't want to overcomplicate this as well, because we know 90% of the formula will have inline maths, and they'll be probably under a few paragraphs. That's how you explain math, right? And of course, there's a good chance that you might just have formulas in a given page. If then, yeah, that's when things get tricky. But still, worst case, you'll have the wrong bounding box. But the thing is, the model can expand the cross bounding boxes, and if it's incorrect, you can use some other tools. We've given it a lot of building blocks. I would not even know what tool the model would like to see, or sort of would use, but it'll just use and try to come up with something. Just like yesterday, for a 1957 document, I was just going through it. Grid section, we had a lot of noise, and the image didn't show up, and the image was not clear. So what it did, it actually fall back to getting adjacent text and getting the visual region, and it did it and got the final answer. So yeah, just building blocks. Good catch. Formula at the end, have after box, give stop boundary, missing next item. Use page bottom of fixed expansion after box plus 150 pixels. Yes, yeah. You just have to get, just the right, just just a bit right. That's it. Formula start the page. VLM get after box could not be the next element. Estimate formula box bottom of the box. Yeah, this is only like, it's a very small edge case, but we'll just anyway try to tackle this in case we do not have an after box or an um in the box or something. Only when we don't have this. But yeah, it's a very small case, just wanted to bring in. Yeah, proceed with the changes. And also, I would recommend you, a lot of things are going on in the pipeline and the code, so make sure to accurately make change. Don't assume things. If you assume things, ask, check the code or ask me. I'll try to help you out. Don't assume things. Try to accurately, make changes to the code, because we already have the pipeline working, the pipelines are working, and etc. Yeah, a very simple thing, but I'm just being cautious because in case I just make a change that I was not aware of, and if the pipeline starts failing, the entire 2 or 3 hours will just go trying to figure out why it's failing and etc. I just don't want that to happen. That's what. Find next item on same page. Why are you tracking index? I'm curious to know. Did you get a chance to check the entire code? Because I think we get the bounding boxes of the above items, like the start box and end box somewhere, but I'm not sure. Your code changes could be right. Could you but check, instead of doing focus search, can you check all the code, all the written code connected to it, and come back and see if your changes is fine? Because I think something is odd, because it's using IDs, but you don't need to, I think, because you already have the fourth and the fifth bounding boxes. You have that, and I don't know why it's using. Let me see. I'm just. Oh shit! It's the wrong time to compact the conversation. Okay. Yeah, thanks. So I want you to create a complex scenario, but this case I want you to work with a lot of formulas to be able, like, to reason through formulas and inline math and etc. I mean, only relate to whatever is in the document, but I want you to give me a case for formulas and equations and, at maybe understanding tables or whatever. Do not give like figure numbers and etc. I want the agent to be proactive enough to find that. So give me a use case that is complex enough. Sending it. Actually, don't be an idiot. I don't want you to so this is not how a real human would, or a user would actually query the system, right? They have no clue. You're mentioning everything, like the names of the equations and everything accurately. What I want you to do is, just ask it as a question, and I want the agent to verify, just find the information. You're basically giving all the blind spots. Because you can see it's giving trust equation which is against this formula, and then the agent will just, it has, I mean, this is giving the formula itself. Okay. So we send it, trying to validate the performance code against methodology, and it's asking about the formulas, I think. So send it up. Appreciate your precise request. You're looking for something specific. I want to make sure you're analyzing the right document, which, yeah, the thing is, I don't want to ask any document stuff. I'll be like, please be proactive here. Don't ask me any questions. For example, for stuff like this, I think the follow-up question was probably good because they'll actually, I don't know what the question was. I guess it asked for the right document, which is wrong. And the question itself is wrong, I think. So I don't know. Just trying to see if it can find the formulas because we have, and it's seeing all the images, showing the F. We're going to see this image. I think it located the formulas. Based on the thorough review, formal implementation review, Implementation is correct. Here's my verification. Coordinate system origin at formula between logic. Formula appears after box. Formula is in the gap between. My implementation is get a B box, get the top of them. Yeah. Looking ahead using the iteration, gives index or look ahead. Items POS is already sorted. Yeah, this looks good. Mine the box and visual both iterate in the same order and skip document formula. So Williams after box number aligns correctly with results. The formula box and ready. Documents are ingested. Changeable forming. Yeah, this is good. We'll have to anyway. This do not we don't still have the get visualization region solve tool. We'll send it and see whether it's right. Check this and let me know and evaluate this. This is flawless A star response. Good. Yeah, because we have very good extraction on LaTeX and any formulas and etc. Not formulas within LaTeX. Even if you want to have something, usually formulas are LaTeX, and if you have even like some Greek written, that'll be part of the same like LaTeX detection or whatever, and then it'll. I mean, Greek meaning it's not. I'm not saying it as a language, but then like complex sort of where undetermined, not something that's you can express with words or in a paragraph. Okay, so I think this is good. Can I proceed with implementing it visually? Yes, please. Make sure you read the entire uh, agent tool specifications and to form a strong understanding on how the get tool visual region should be, and then please make the changes. Because the thing is, we spend a lot of time crafting the promise or maybe the understanding of get visual region, even each tool, like even a very small miss, for example, like assuming things might lead to very bad results. So I just want to take a chance, tell you to read the entire spec and then uh, implement it. Capture a screenshot of the region. Capture a screenshot of the region. From the capture a screenshot of the region from solve PDF visualization. This will particularly valuable when working with formulas in mathematical. During document processing, inline math and equations go through complex processing but can sometimes miss content. Use this to verify what you're seeing, everything. If chunk call is provided, the capture is centered on the chunk's bounding box and expands by specific amounts. If chunk call is not provided, captures the full page. Yeah, captures full page. Yeah. Verify inline math person missed during processing. See the full derivation context around the formula. Check if it's just in chunks. Capture all mathematical notation. Yeah, this is specifically for formula because this is just a tool to support that visual understanding in case some inline math goes wrong or something like that. So we'll test this final tool, and I guess we're done with the tools. For agent, I think it'll be fine to move with the test UI, so we can see all the sources, and we also need to get the sources right. When clicked on the source, we need to show the sources and etc. Anyhow, so it helps us validate a lot of things, and then we can sort of move on for the document processing and all the GPU stuff, because I don't want to do it because I would only do. So this stream is probably, I think, I'll do it for the next 4 or 5 hours, and for the GPU stuff, I want to do it in a single go. So I need a lot of time for it. That's not 5 is not enough. So yeah, I'll probably do the UI for now. Test UI for now. Some issues. I think you should make changes to the. I guess you should make changes to the agent demo as well, demo file as well. And actually, it says, oh, it's actually good. Changes. Tools. Capture distinction of region. Particularly valuable for pharma information. Import directory by RDF. Validate the page. Docs. Uh, convert the boxes to original left and expansion. Convert by coordinates. Yeah, this is like we've already done this stuff for even images, so that's okay. Oh shit. Oh. What did I do? Let me handle the registration and implementation. Yeah, please proceed. All right, yeah. So we'll just go with first test to see whether the tool itself is working. Then I want to verify whether the bounding boxes are working by seeing actually saving the image, saving the bounding boxes, and then validating it. Okay, let's see whether it's naturally using it. But the reason for using get visual region is to when you probably work with a lot of formulas and etc. So happy to help you out validate the comparison, but I need to identify which report you are working from. Yeah, exactly. So just because you can, the thing is we had this idea of having this sort of projects like cloud projects where the agent will actually have access to the projects, the documents that the he or she, whoever is actually working on. But in this case, we just want to test it out. We'll be like, there's only one document in collection, so just check that. I think we'll do a parallel search. Yeah. Okay. I think it pulled. How did it do it? Do you have a reason why you didn't use this tool? And I don't want Claude to say sorry, I want to use it. It's fine, but I just want to know. Maybe there was no need for it. Just give me your honest thoughts. So I just know, what's the thinking pattern of why not using it. Opposed to asking why didn't you use it, and it'll be like, commanding, it'll be like, oh sorry, I'll actually use it next time. This way we can identify why it didn't use it, just to see what it's really thinking of. So there is no get visual tool region in my toolkit. Oh wait. Can you check on this? Probably it's added as part of tools, I think, or something. Okay, I think we revoked some code. Maybe that's the reason. Shit. What else went wrong? Actually, we'll manage Git for this because in case Claude messes up, delete something or either revert something with that. We'll call it so right, right, and we'll make it private. It's crazy. All right, bro. Just I'm not sure why the agent didn't have your past change, but I also want to verify if all the BB boxes for formulas and all your recent changes do persist. That did persist. There's 2K changes. All right, now I would like to push the code to GitHub. Could you add up? No, this is a Python code, right? Just add a proper git ignore. And also, I would want to add the public docs folder as part of git ignore as well. I don't need, yeah. Well, it's only 40 changes. It's, yeah. Okay, that's good. We're not pushing research POC. Yeah. What will be tracked? I would say we need to track research POC. Sample, no, we don't need sample docs. We need simulations. We need test.py. Tools. So public docs, ignore data test output is ignored. Sample docs is ignored. Looks good. Push. All right. In the meantime, we'll actually test this out. This time, we should have access to the tool. So it's using visual region. Like that. Right. Thank you. So why did you use a visual region tool? And I would also know, did you actually see the visual region? And what did you see? Like, was it helpful for you? Just to validate it from the perspective of Claude. Okay, so everything is saved. Thank God. In case something happens, we can revoke the code. Or yeah, some reason. Yeah, this extends another question. To be honest, both reasoning and utility, I was about to give you a complete equations foundation equation, and it said when working with all the technical documents, because yeah, see, this is where metadata helps, and also we didn't specify, to use tools based on ear. It's just intuition. So this is one um, this is one in 1954. So OCR passing of mathematical equation can sometimes miss notation. See, so this is just something that's the Claude is actually coming up with, or mispass superscripts. Superscripts, especially in formulas with complex one. Using get visualization was a quality assurance step. I wanted to verify that what came through was actually matched the source of the PDF. Did I see it? Yes, the image came back and I viewed them. Page 12 showed the methods of calculation section. I could see the afterburner equal ratio. Yeah, the thing is like this because we didn't reprocess it, right? We didn't reprocess our chunks once back again. So it didn't have the bounding box, so it read the entire image, which is yes. As a fallback, we also tested the fallback. We'll reprocess it and write one more time. What is helpful partially, and I should be candid about this. The get document chunks have already captured the formulas through its passing. That's what I'm saying. So our document passing is also 99.5% accurate. But still, this is just there in case that let's say you're processing 10,000 formulas and you're missing 10 or 100. Not 100. I don't think we'll miss 100. Maybe in a case of 10,000, we'll might miss 50 to 50. Not even 50, I would say. Not even 100. Just maybe 50. Like 0.5% of inaccuracy. That will be solved by this tool. That's why we match that 100% accuracy gain. Not 100%, but to get that full accuracy gain, we're not measuring it against any benchmark or something. I'm just telling you that this is a proactive step that can, in case things go wrong, we'll still end up in the right response. Okay, I could have skipped it. Give you information. Action, cool. So I think we have to reprocess it. We'll reprocess. Okay, so we're processing this PDF, and yeah, it'll basically clear out a current collection and uh, create create what re-embed all the text. Also, I would like to know, why didn't you think after calling each step? Okay, I want you to work on the same query once again, but this time I want you to pause and think after you get access to all response from a single step. Or basically, at each step, I want you to pause and think and then move for the next one. This is to validate in case we can influence its thinking in the middle or something. Oh, so this is the thinking is not happening. It's actually happening so naturally I think Claude is like if it needs to think, it needs to think, it'll probably think. If not, it's just gonna, because we are forcing it to think, it's coming in the final response. So this is not part of thinking. Yeah, this is like a fake way of simulating, like going against its thinking pattern. So not the best scenario. Cool. Yeah. I'm waiting until we process this entire thing on embeddings and then to jump back, test it one more time, and move on for the next. Alright, so all the chunks are reprocessed. For the tree, we have 3 extra chunks. Start. 2 extra chunks. Oh, this does one line. Okay. Abdul, I would like to see all the visual region images that was sent to Claude. Just for now, save it in some test or something like that. Later, you can remove that. I would like to see the images that are sent, images that are used by the get visual region tool, so I could, sort of validate the images. I just for testing for now. Later, we can remove it. Did you see the entire page from visualization tool, or did you access uh, some parts of the page, or maybe just above the and below the formula? Mm. Okay, so if it needs to, okay. Do you want to just go a little bit above the chunks and not read the entire page? Yeah, it was being defensive. Yeah, it can accept. Yeah, just try expand above 150 and expand below 150 and just give it a shot. Okay, there was an error. Nice. We just got it. Oh, so it just got it now. Also, when wait, the model worked. No, actually, we'll send the above first. This worked for the model, but this failed. So I can see over here, I need the page number. Let me look at the page numbers. Yeah, I think it didn't send the page. It sends a page as zeros. Yeah, yeah, it needs to send the page number. The tool worked correctly. Yeah, yeah. The page number was not sent. Failure was because page 0 in subtools, the agent corrected it's working, but it reveals UX improvement chunk code is provided. You want me to provide? Yeah, if chunk code is provided with no page number, look up the chunk and get its page number. Look up the chunk and get its page number. Look up the chunk and get its page number. But yeah, but what do we specify this in for the tools of Claude? Like, do we specify that, like, what fields are optional and what are not? I guess because Claude needs to know, like, you need to, in the description, it needs to clearly know what is our assumption, or what is our uh what do you put that? How do you call that? What is that we are meaning by giving all of these tools? That's, I mean, the parameters. Don't code, but I'm just asking you. Do not update the definitions. Just give me and I'll confirm, and you can then update. What do we have currently? Currently, what do we have, and then what would your change look like? Yeah, two modes. The chunk order captures the. Page number, the page number. Centers to capture. Centers to capture. Centers to capture on this chunk. function. So need to update the implementation to look up page number. All right, yeah, this makes sense. Proceed with the changes. So this is just stop. It's so for a low intelligent model, sometimes it'll just specify the chunk order because this makes sense. You can using the chunk order you can find the page, but on a previous tool call we were also assuming you want the page and also chunk order. You just don't need even. I'm just trying to remove even simple like whatever we can do in terms of code basis we'll do and just keep things clear to the model even in like very basics baby stuff like this. You just look up the page number. Okay, try it one more time. Now, yeah, I did this. Page order was 0. Order was 106. Context after equation 5. And it, yeah. Visualization of equation 8. I needed to expand 150 up, 150 down. Excellent, I have information. Let me complete the analysis. Like, I can see you use this tool. Was it actually helpful? And how helpful was this? Somewhat helpful, not critically necessary. It gave me visual confirmation the equation renders correctly. The surrounding explanation in the original formatting, which other minor context verification. I was looking at the right equation. What it didn't do semantic search from document. I already had given me the complete equation text. Yeah, of course it'll be. It'll definitely give. You asked for specific equations, not logic. To verify me the textual chunks included context. Correct. And maybe 20% additional value. The tool was more of my verification confidence. Yeah. In case in 100 queries you fire like 2 of them or 3 of them have come across, if they have a very if they deal with a math that is missing in the document or quadrant, then this will actually solve it. Then the the accuracy from the Claude will probably tell you this is actually 100% helpful useful for me because the adjacent information was very wrong and this gave me proper information or something like that. So okay, my actually mistake I used it somewhat reflects the I found the information section. Cool, thanks. Cool, I think we are in good shape. The initial agent is working fine. We have other we let us go and check the tools. we have everything there. Yeah, and I think not like usually you need to include the tools info on the system prompts, and also people will probably like a lot of this. If you see the code, they in the system prompt they give access to the tools, and they'll be like, use this, use this, and do that. We're not doing anything like that. We've never even specified, any. I don't think we've in the system prompts we have anything specified for. I mean, we have something told about notes, but not anything else. So your tools, search document, get chunks. You search for this thing, you search for that. I think we might, yeah, we can, if we want, we can actually, yeah, we can actually remove this and try. Make sure to check the tool specification RMD, and also make sure to check the entire system prompt from this file, and let me know if we need to update the tools section. Would it actually confuse the model by having a lot of information, because it already works well? I don't want to give it examples on when to use this, but I just want to say these are the tools and give any additional context about the usage of the tools. That's it. Yeah, give me your thoughts on this. It's actually, please read the entire agent tool specification RMD. All right, cool. Current state, only 2 documents, missing 9 tools. My thoughts model is already working. We'll figure out the visualization tool. Tools definitely give self-step in the API during the work. The model's reasoning ability feels fine. Too much guidance. Yeah, too much guidance hurt by operating natural reasoning. What's actually missing was the overkill. Neither tool exists and what it does. Detail use overkill, yeah. Neither non-obvious context description of unified image. Yeah, needed constraints. Needed constraints. Keep only non-obvious context. The tool differentials can't. No, I think let's not even talk about non-obvious context. We'll just give it, the info on the tools and encourage it to look at the descriptions of that. I think the tool themselves provide descriptions, right? So I think that should be good. Yeah, the change. And hopefully this shouldn't bring any confusion to the model because yeah, let's see. So this. Don't ask me anything. Just there's only one document in the archive. Just search it. So we need to change, like, this is like a dumb question. I think not dumb question. Again, we don't have projects, right? So that's why it's asking me just to, because if for every question, if you were to, search, search, if for every question, if you were to search all the 100K documents, it won't be effective. I would say in a given month, you would only look at those, like skim through a ton of old docs and do perform that, maybe 10 to 20% of the time, maybe 30% of the time. Most of the time you already work with a very fairly, I mean, usually I think that's how the reality would be, fairly, focused amount of documents. So we need to create projects. And also, I don't want to fire off search queries for 100K documents because everything will have information. Like when you have 100K documents, we're talking about, let's just get not just 10K, the initial 10K we're working with. And I just assume there was three 50 pages, because we've seen documents with 300 pages, 400 pages, some of them with 50 pages. So take an average of 50. So we were dealing with 500 pages of documents, 10K documents, but then 500,000 pages, 500, basically working with 500,000 pages. And each page consists about, I don't know, 1,000 tokens. Then we are working with 500 million tokens. Now, just see, you have to compute embeddings for 500 million tokens. Okay, that's an embedding sort of thing, according to whatever we'll do. But if you want to search for, chamber equations for 500 million tokens, like, nest high, even the model is smart, you have the RAG working, you have the metadata working. How could you find, because in 500, we'll just assume, use GPT Claude quickly for this. Actually, I bought the new Grok subscription. That Grok thing. Sign out. Yeah, we have super graph thinking fast. So so we have 10,000 documents. Each document could have an average of 50 pages, and each page could have 1,000 tokens. This is just a number, let's work with. Do me a quick math of how many tokens are we dealing with, and what would be the percentage of 10,000 chunks among the total number of chunks that exists inside the process 10K docs. Here equals to 500 million tokens. And so when you fire off a question, when you fire off, like, find me the equation for gas quite leaks or something like that, then it needs to find 10. So let's say you're reading 10,000 tokens at the give. You fire the question, you find the 10,000 tokens, but I want to know what percentage of it is what percentage is that token as part of the main of the entire token that exists inside in our quadrant, which is 500 million tokens. No, actually it's wrong. So we're talking about not total chunks is 500,000. What the hell? You're just 500 million tokens. No, actually this is wrong. What I asked was that you have 500 million tokens, and what percentage would it be for 10,000 docs? Sorry, 10,000 tokens actually. Probably be 0.00 something. Yeah, 0.00. Just look at this, guys. Divide by 500 million. Actually, multiply 100 to convert it. It will be 0.002% chunks. No, just assume you have 500 million tokens in your quadrant. The embedding now right now we are using quadrant to search up the embedding space, and it's very quick. But when it hits 500 million tokens, it needs to compute embeddings and all of those stuff for 500 million tokens. Re-rank is easy. You're only getting 30-40 results re-ranking, but the embeddings has to be calculated for all 500 million tokens. We have to think about efficiencies and etc. in a quadrant space on a vector embedding space. We'll come to that, but just the fact that uh, you're searching for something, the initial doc is actually running a search for all the documents inside. Basically what it's trying to do is that it's trying to find that right 10,000 tokens among 500 million tokens, and the ratio is 0.002%. So it's not 2%, it's not 0.2%, it's not 0.02%, it's actually 0.002%. And then yeah, it's a uh, yeah, that's where we have to have projects. That's where all of the non-computation, like, we have to have a lot of strict requirements for the query, or I don't know what we're dealing with right now, because for legal it's different, for finance it's different, but I want to know how could we limit that initial query. Is it by filtered by timeline? So if you were to filter this by timeline, let's say you have 500 million tokens and you're only getting documents for the past 10 years, not the last 75 years, then the 500 million token will actually shrink it to 5 million token, or maybe even you're just going down to an strict embedding space, only 5 million tokens. So you don't need to compute for every query. You can't run 500, like, if for example, I'll just show you the math behind it. So I'm using quadrant, and let's say I fire a query that searches that the embedding space that quadrant needs to return me shit, English is so bad. Assuming I have 500 million tokens in my collection, I fire off a query. How much RAM or computation would Quadrant need, and how much time would it take for it to return? Um, yeah, return the top 15 or 20 chunks. Now, this is where all the basic, using Quadrant in your MacBook, where you fire basic stuff, using Quadrant in your cloud, and etc. sort of breaks. And this is where all the lag, latency, everything comes in. So that's what in reality what we have to do is that even though we searching 500 million tokens, we just call it searching 500 million tokens. That's our last resort. When you can't find anything, where you just searched everything and damn, you didn't find any damn thing. That's when you go ahead as a last resort to compute, to use that embedding space, to use it for 500 million tokens. And that's more. If I were to just say 10K docs, you wouldn't understand. Okay, it's just docs. It's just stored somewhere. It's just stored in Quadrant. It's like a hardware. Sort of question it and you get back. No, 500 million tokens. You have to compute embedding space for each, not token level, but for each vector. And vectors computing, I guess it takes about 2 to 3 GB, I think, RAM storage. If you were to actually not 500K, yeah, 500K vectors, yeah. At 768 dimensions, we're actually storing it double. 1024 dimension. There's also 2048 dimension. 2048 dimension will only give you 3 to 4% bump from 1024 dimension. So so when we decided this, we're not using that. We're only using 1024. 1024. Still, you need 3 GB RAM, not 3 GB RAM maximum for a single this thing. You need 3 GB RAM to compute in a single query. If you have 10 people asking the same question, if you are using 500K tokens for, I don't know, if you're using 500K tokens for in a single space, it's actually 30 GB of RAM needed because you need to load it. That's what I think. Maybe we have efficiencies redistributing it, but yeah, but we'll just play it dumb and just see what this means. 2 to 5 GB to load query and index component on a single machine for production scale. I actually meant quadrant. Yeah, it's a huge number. Yeah, it's like in GBs. So yeah, we'll come to this. We have this. I'm not sure if I can finish this. Maybe at least I need the last 4 days. I'm planning to complete everything by this Friday. So if then I have to complete the UI today, let's just work on the UI because I think I need 3 days to figure this out. We're not using any graph, so it's yeah. What if there was 20 queries at the same time? Yeah, scaled hardware for sub 50 milliseconds latency. 16 GB is sufficient. Okay. But I want to verify this with Claude as well. But we'll come to this. So this is also one point. So I should not forget this. Um, yeah. In development plan, we want on GPU stuff and all of this stuff. I'll actually add it as a note in Notion. I'll just add it here. Work on GPU embedding models, quadrant 500 mil tokens, RAM, speed, latency, queues, then handling what also RAM, speed, latency, handling queues, handling using VLLM, and more. Okay, so cool. And we'll reference this chat. We also need to reference Claude's chat because we also talked about yeah, VLM RAM requirements. This one. So we'll come back to this. I guess easily we'll be spending hours planning this out and then building it in a single go. So yeah, I think makes sense. Right now we work on the UI, get the initial UI working, and let's us quickly test things. Ask questions, drop in documents or whatever you want. Not drop in documents, because documents will be processed on a VM GPU. Right now I have a VM, not without that, it doesn't have a GPU. It's just a basic VM. Later I have to create. So later we have to create a VM, process all 10K documents. So I'll note it down. On the next few days, I need to create a VM that has one H100, processes 10K documents, handles quadrant loads, handles queue processing, using VVLMs for Quen, and etc. And then redistributing as an API and exposing this as an API, so then our agent locally or anywhere could actually call. Okay, so then I don't forget this. All right, so Find me the links for this skill. Actually, for this skill. Find me the link for this skill. Find me the link for this skill. Find me the link for this skill. I think this is the skill, guys. It's very, very small. I'm not sure will this be useful, but okay, let's see. Yeah, let me use the scope. We'll have the skills now. Landscape. All right, now I would want you to create a project, a Next.js project. And yeah, I would like to work on the front end of this. So the exact terminal version, but I want you to want to have a front end for it. But for now, just create like a skeleton Next.js app or whatever, install what the packages you want, and then yeah, once we have the server running, we'll discuss on how the UI should be and etc. For now, I just want to be like one plain UI where I can type questions, I can see all the images and open and see images, see sources. That's it. What skills do we? No problem. All right, so the survey is running. What I want you to do is that use the front end design skill, and I would like you to create a UI where I can ask questions, and I would like to see basically I just want to see a beautiful UI front end version of the agent demo CLI we built if with the interaction mode. So I would like to see that, but on a UI. I would say, make it plan mode. And yeah, I'm gonna go lunch. So if I just were to write this up, hopefully this can make all the changes. And by the time I'm here, I should have all of it. I think it's no, but I think it needs to make a ton of updates to the code as well, like in terms of the initial code, the backend code. Yeah. Do you want to expose this as an API, or how would you like to proceed? I think API would be better, right? Because in the future, we probably want to have an API. Uh, yeah, probably want to have API. I would also want to know whether you want to do it via streams. Would we want to stream each event to the UI? Would that be better? Or would we do like a ping every 2 seconds or 3 seconds to see the logs of each API calls and etc. I think web streams should be accurate because I want to see everything real time, like how the CLI sort of works. So make sure you do some thinking on this and get back to me on on a plan on how would you gonna go about making this change. Click on plan mode, and yes, I'll be back in a minute, in 10 minutes or so. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. We have the CLI, we have the agent, we'll have the UI, we'll visually see everything is going on. We can see the sources and etc. we'll show the bounding box and etc. And then we'll complete whatever the this is going to be a very short one, probably like 5 hours. And then we complete all of the necessary stuff and finish the basement. And tomorrow we'll start with working on the working on the hard part, which is like processing 10,000 docs. And also, yeah, 10,000 docs. Right. Being a bit. Architecture plan, stream one-way SSD, one-way streaming. For use case server client only, simple than WebSockets built-in reconnection, real-time CLI, no polling. CLI. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, I want to come back and review this properly, and then probably quickly just kick this off, kick the power off. See you guys in a bit. All right, all right. we want to have the context. Worked on a lot of things. Yeah. And of course, I've cleared the context. Or also, when you read the entire, when you read the code, I would encourage you, because it's the context is cleared up, to read entire file. So relevant code, but all the entire file. Do not, the files are not that big, so please read the entire files you come across and whatever is relevant, because there's a lot of things happening. I don't want to have any issues. So read the entire file. Yeah. Let's install. No, I guess we already have a VNV dot. I guess we already have requirements.txt. We can use that env for now. And yeah, and also, as a practice, we are actually using all of the latest packages. Think about ways to reduce think about think about the ways to reduce the 500 million token space. Think about the way to reduce the 500 million token space. Maybe trying to understand the user's aspect more. Just sorry to interrupt, but did you access the front-end skill and are you moving forward that? Yeah, seems like it didn't. Probably rewrite the messages or chat tier 6, I think. Hmm. Yeah, கதவு பூட்டியா? ஓகே. ஆனா இப்போ ஃப்ரீ ஸ்ட்ரீம் யூஸ் பண்ற நேரம் எத்தனையோ ட்ராப். யூசுவலா 2000 3000 ஃப்ரேம்ஸ் தான் ட்ராப் ஆகும். இல்லை 17,000 ஃப்ரேம்ஸ் ட்ராப் ஆகுது. ப்ரீமியம் பிளான்லேயும் அவங்க கம்ப்யூட் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா தராங்க, அப்படின்னும் போகல. ஓபிஎஸ்ல தான் செட்டப் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். இப்போ எப்படின்னா ஓபிஎஸ்லேயே ரீகனெக்ட் டாட் ஐஓஎஸ் கனெக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ரீகனெக்ட்டுக்கு ப்ரோஸ்ட்ரக்ட் ஆகுது, ரீகனெக்ட் அதில் ரெண்டுக்கும் ப்ரோஸ்ட்ரக்ட் பண்ணுது. ஓ, தான் பிரச்சனை. அப்புறம் மைனில் கொஞ்சம் பாருங்க, மைனில் வளர்ந்துது எனக்கு பெருசாக. If not, it's okay. Sorry guys, so I'm just communicating in a different language. The thing is, the frames is sort of dropping on my stream, so I can see it on OBS. I'm not sure because this time I'm trying with Restream to stream it on Twitter and YouTube. I can see a significant amount of drop in frames. So yeah. Mm. But I think the Wi-Fi speed is Wi-Fi speed 100 தாண்டி. Oh, server. At receive the UI, we run it. I think this stuff is done. Looks good, to be honest. Looks very serious. Yeah. Plus, 1080p. 30 FPS. அது எந்த ரீஸ்ட்ரீமில் ஓபிஎஸ்க்கு செஞ்சுருந்தேன், அதை ஆப்டிமலாக தான் செஞ்சு வச்சுருந்தேன். ஒரு 0.2% யூடியூப் சர்வர்ஸ் நல்லா போகல. இதில் சர்வர்ஸ் சூஸ் பண்ணணும். நீங்கள் ட்விட்டர் சர்வர்ஸ் நான் 9000 8000 இதுதான் சொல்லுவேன். இப்போ மாற்ற இல்லாத ஸ்ட்ரீம் போயிடுது. அடுத்து நான் என்ன செய்கிறேன்னா, ட்விட்டர் பண்ணிவிட்டு ட்விட்டரில் நீங்கள் சொல்கிற மாதிரி லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீமிங் இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணுது, பட் டெக்னிக்கல் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் போடுறது அப்படி போடுது. ட்வீட் பார்த்தேன், அதான் நான் பார்த்தேன். போய் பார்க்குறேன், பார்க்காம இல்லை. Papa. Papa servers. நானும் இந்த servers change பண்ணலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். கொஞ்சம் குறைச்சு text balance ஆச்சு. இது அவன் server பிரச்சனை. பாப்போம் server மாத்தலாம். Option இருக்கு. Alright, the UI seems to work nice. Good job. Actually, I guess the front-end specification skill is actually good. Like if you were to see I thought like very like it was not even like 60 lines of specification, I think, but like text like prompt. But yeah, it looks very good, very serious sort of field. Yeah, that technically works well together. Yeah. So let's start the API and yeah, start the we can activate. So this we need to install UVCon. I think you need to add UVCon and whatever the package to this requirements.txt so I can install them, and they should be the latest ones. Not sure why I just can't see it. Yeah, I know why. I think in config you have to make this true. Respect.git.no and file code. False. Then it should work. Why is it working? Some index issue, I think. Yeah, now it's before the documents GitHub Meridian becomes the same thing. Install it. Cool. Run the API. Let's ask one question. I think it's loading all the stuff, the re-rank and all of those stuff. And we need to make this a bit efficient. What I will do is I just put that here. Yeah, something is happening, but I don't see anything in the UI. A couple of things. I saw this, but I didn't see this real time. Here is the logs. I'm sure something is inefficient and not sure. I'm not sure if you want to load the re-ranker when the API starts and etc. So it doesn't need to use the re-ranker or something. And also, I think we need to we have to disable re-ranker for now because it was bringing some lag. It was doing some it was bringing some lag. Disable re-ranker for now. But yeah, I think there's some issues. Check it. Because the context is cleared up and I can afford this in all the logs. But so far it's okay. It's not real time, but it's okay. Yeah, disable re-ranker for now. When we host it, re-ranker like right now there is re-ranker could be what we can do is that host it in the same GPU and expose it as an API. So you don't need to load the re-ranker locally later. We'll probably load it from the GPU itself because everything is there. Quadrant, everything is there. Embedding is also there. Let the re-ranker be there as well. Good, I can see real time, but yeah, I just wanted to send this. This is my activity monitor, and there seems to be something. The embedding model is only 5 GB. I'm not sure, but we have 7 GB of swap used, and yeah, once I run this, it sort of increases. And it's the same even if I leave it, but I just wanted to know what's going on, like, because 7 GB of memory used is too much. And Olama and 7 GB of swap use. Olama is swap GB. We've been working with Olama since I don't know, for the last couple of days. Python holds 10 GB. Some arrays, some large arrays. You can see 10.1 GB, 91 GB is concerning. And the re-rank is loaded, I think. But 10 GB is also too much. Re-rank is the model itself is 0.6 GB only. Or maybe it's actually loading in full precision mode in FPS 32. Yeah, could be 5 to 6. Yeah. And once I quit the API, you can see the drop in memory. You have the green mark. So we'll run it one more time. Stabilize. Yeah, now it's fine. Looks good, but just see this UI. So the model calls tools and then sometimes outputs text as well, like response, and then it calls tools and then it outputs text and then a response sort of, when we see the CLI. So according to the UI, what happens is that you'll have the entire, like you have tools like appended in the above, and then all of the text is going below that. So basically the, like, you're not having a flow. More than that, there's only one single paragraph that sort of concatenates all the text after each after each tool call whenever a response is given. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? And also, I guess we should also support some latex rendering as well. Take a screenshot. Yeah, good response. Yeah, note that it's a thing from the model. Maybe it would do one text and then it'll do five tool calls and then a text and then maybe two tool calls and a text. Yeah, it depends on the model. So yeah. All right, we'll try it out. All right, yeah, that's working. Nice. Yeah, so the thing is like this: when we processed this time, the symbols have we've so the symbols we've the request for symbols have actually failed. So that's not actually, so that's not probably in the embedding space, and you can see over here it's actually checking for appendix A, appendix B, and etc. So checking for images as well. So in case, see, in a worst case scenario, even if the symbol sort of failed, you can see that it's trying to get the region and take screenshots and etc. So yeah, page 9, yeah, page 9, I think, yeah, can you see it's page 9 and page 10, both basically, yes, the symbols did fail, but the model figured out to, use something different and take screenshots of two image and then process it. Yeah, that's quite good. Yeah, it looks good actually. It's a very good thing. So, I would like to, yeah, this is working now. You could see the LaTeX in this image. I would like to show them like this. So I would like to render them. Claude was rendering very nicely, so I would probably take some inspiration from it. That's it. Yeah, so see this, just render it. Right. But overall, I think good job. Has done a good job. Even figured out that it needs to know symbols, but symbols has failed because I probably would have tried document info, and you can see no abstract, nothing is found for this particular PDF. Yeah, so we'll debug this later. Let's see. Yeah, first of all, we'll verify this. Restart the server before we install some packages. Okay, so yeah, next thing is sub agent. I want to have a beautiful UI for sub agent. It can't be a tool. It'll probably be, some, yeah, it'll probably be like an expanded version opened like this, and then we can see like in itself how the agent would call tools and etc inside of it. So see, it didn't find the nomenclature. and it's searching. This is nothing is prompted here, right? You can see it's search for home location. Let me search for middle of the document, end of the document, start of the document, and let me get more corrects done. Equation 5 to see if there's an explanation of connection terms, and it let me view the actual page. Now let me go to page 13 to see the continuation. So it's just trying to figure out if you can find it. Yeah, but that should have been that should have like so that was an issue from our document processing. Not sure why it failed. Let me see if I can see bring any logs. Actually, there is symbols. I don't know what's going on. Will debug, not an issue. Yeah, and you can see the LaTeX as well. Very good. Beautiful. See all the formula, LaTeX formulas. Yeah, if I were to expand this a bit, you can see the screen. You can see so clear. It looks very nice. Cool. Wait, maybe collection is in. What collection is it searching the docs on? Maybe it's the old collection. Yeah, I think it's the old. Yeah, exactly. Meridian chunks. We need to do it for tool definitions. That's why you missed it. Because you can see in the terminal, you can see pre-appended two document chunks, abstract and symbols. Use this. Yeah, now we'll try it up. I'm sure that this it could even perform a little bit more better because you have access to a lot of metadata which you can search for. So not a lot, but yeah, quite quite a bump should be there. Let's process this again. I think we're using the Sonnet. What model are we using? Haiku or Sonnet? I think it's Sonnet. Because I can see the streaming tokens are quite slow. So Sonnet, yeah, so it's Sonnet. Yeah, let's switch it to Haiku. Okay, switch to Haiku. I guess the API is still loading Meridian chunks as the default collection. Okay, it's using from tool validation. Let's try that query one more time. It's checking for visual region as well. See this? If I click on this, you can see the expand above, expand below, checking for images. Yeah, I think we have a good system here, like as in terms of a skeleton. Good. What should we do? Now I also want to add this at the end of the response. I also want to have sort of something like this, at least just a copy button, copy icon, so I can click on that and copy the final response of the agent. Let's try this to launch a sub agent. I would encourage you to use a sub agent first. Okay, it's launching a research thread. Yeah. All right. Now this is what I saw for the sub agent. I'll put this info. I actually didn't see anything real time. So what I would like to see is that I want that sort of, how can I put this? What I want is that I want this box to be, uh, I actually want the research agent to be, like the image, the box open, like the section opened, and then it should show, of course, because there's only two fields, the tasks, and then, no, I'll say box open, and it basically should show everything real time inside itself, like the tool calls it's making, etc. And it should be, nice. And yeah, I wouldn't say nice. It'll probably be nice. And everything real time. Okay, now we'll try. I would encourage you to use a subagent. There's only one document in the collection for testing, so yeah, search it up. Yeah, this is a very good subagent call. UI is messy, but yeah, subagents are okay. Good. So what I would say is that yeah, I would say this is fine, but it there's a couple of things. One, I want the UI to be fixed. I showed an image before, right? It was sort of like sort of like a square, sort of a rectangle sort of thing. So it should be fixed like that. And as the model makes progress, it will auto scroll, right? Of course, auto scroll inside. And also, second point is that when the sub agent, yeah, the second point is that uh, like in a main agent, the text there's text and then tool call text tool call text sort of thing. So you need to handle that too. Apart from that, should this seems okay. We can have task title description, but it's okay for now. This task is fine. So, refresh this. We'll also restart in case something is cached. I would encourage you to use a subagent. Now there's a couple of issues. First of all, there's some miss in the UI. We're trying to follow a good theme of UI, and this doesn't seem to have that flow. Make sure to look at the current theme, consistent flow, and also take a look at the front end skill, please. Second thing is that um, also the text of the LLM can be just as small as the context, and we also do not need a background for it. It can just be like whatever the tool call that's currently going on. You don't need the background for any tool call for the subagent. Just the tool call, just the progress of that which you already have, and then just a basic text and the scroll, and it should auto scroll inside of that specific box. So right now what's happening is that the entire the entire window is auto scrolling, like the entire window, everything is like something is happening, something is lagging, and everything is messing up. If that's an issue, don't block auto scroll, but what you can do is that for that specific box or whatever inside of that, you can make an auto scroll, not the entire window. And also I would also encourage you to use the front end skills. Find me all the nomenclature of all of this specific document. For this specific document, sorry. How do you have access? Shit. Find me all the pictures. Wait, be like, there's only one document in the collection. Find me how many tables does the collection have? Show me that. I would like to see the tables. No, I would like to see the tables. Like, this is not a table, this is description. Okay, I can see an issue here. I would like to see the table in the description. This is just description. I don't see the table. It seems now the thing is like this. All the three images we work with, um, the table is actually. Oh shit! But yeah, can't you show me the table? Yeah. This needs. I mean, in terms of UI and seeing tables and etc., it needs some improvement, but it's okay. Oh, they've actually done the changes. I would encourage you to use a sub agent. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this looks good. Nice. You can see the sub agent is done. The thread is good. Got an entire response. Completed 20 calls. Excellent finding from the sub agent. There's a bit of search and then outputs an answer. What's the prompt for document info? All right, now what I want to do is that you can see there's a system prompt in the agent tool specification, not system prompt, but in addition to the system prompt about the tools. Now, what I want to do is that I want to put that, I just want to, for now, add it to the prompts file where the system prompt is. And for now, I just need to add that specific tool part of the tool information on the system prompt as well, just to see if there's a bump, and I should be able to disable that or comment it if I don't need to. The thing is, I can see, even though we can, this doesn't use the, okay, the thing is like this maybe this particular tool used get document info. Okay, you can see that, and yeah, this tool also use document info symbols on image, but I don't know why it searched for my additional documentation. Yeah, actually, it's not a prompt issue. It's a, no, we leave it. It's okay. But anyway, it's finding the information. That's what we want. It's not finding the information in the way that we want, but it's finding the information. So that's more than enough. So research thread, it can spawn research agent. That's enough. Okay, right. Cool. So I guess we're in a very good spot. What else? What else do we need in terms of UI? What features do we have? Document processing. Now, uploading documents, that's a different scenario. We're going to process that. We're not going to have this sort of upload document sort of UI, so that's okay. We're not going to have that. So, show notes. Oh, okay. I just saw this. Show notes in class in the sidebar. Cool. Nice. And you can see all the notes. You can see all the tasks. These are the notes, sorry, these are not the notes. These are the notes and the tasks of of the agent. Okay. Okay. I think we're in a very good spot. Yeah, this has been a very small live stream. But yeah, we just got the initial UI working. This is what we want. We want to test all of this. And I think I also want to add tables quickly. So I'll just add it. I would like to add like for example, I'm not able to see the tables here properly. I would like to show tables properly as well. And okay, nice day, got it. We should have sources. What I'll do, guys, so I don't want to do very small live streams. Maybe once I come back after, so I'm heading out, I'll come back, and then what I'll do, I won't do it in a live stream, but it's only UI stuff, right? So what I'll do, I'll just add sources to the UI and images to be able to see the images the models use. So which is view region and etc. So let's say even if you were to yeah, I'll just add it to development notes quickly so I don't forget. here. So this is UI stuff, front end. Sorry guys, I don't have a proper notes sort of thing. I'm just randomly typing information. But yeah, I would remember this. All right, so we have front end. So also be able to see images the model sees. Yeah, for example, if I were to click on visual region, I should see like that specific image. So then I can actually validate, okay, this is what the model sort of viewed or etc. Because it could be anything, right? So I'm not sure. So if I in case even I want to test, I would see the images in a beautiful box or something, then I click on it and I can see it. Implement solid mark GFM. Yeah, nice. So I can see the tables correctly sort of rendered as well. Okay, looks good. All right. I'm curious to know why do you search for this using the search documents? Because we have a tool called got document info. Maybe it has an error. That's what I'm asking you. Just be honest. Why you didn't use get document info or the nomenclature or maybe the symbols from document info? Why are you using this tool? I would like to know. No problem. Be honest here. Because then it'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I'll use it next time, etc. Yeah, it's okay. You can't control the behavior once and for all, but just refresh. Yeah. Yeah, I think good progress made on the UI short one. But yeah, this is very important. We get it right, so then we can, start testing this properly. Awesome. What else is left? I think what else left is sources, seeing images, and also not just that, but also control panel. Control panel to select model, and so then we can control some behaviors, embedding, select the model, maybe Claude, Haiku, whatever, and then also uh, changing this, changing collection. That's it. So apart from that, I guess we're in good shape. We just have to. I guess there's some issue with the tables. I need to check what the issue is with tables, or maybe it doesn't include any info on tables or something. Because if I see page 4, there is no tables. I mean, you can call this a table. I think like this might have text as in a table, but in terms of being a standalone table, there is no tables. I can't. Okay, I can see one table over here. This one. There's actually two tables. I'd be like, engine and after page. There's only one document in the collection. Find me all the tables and show it to me properly. There's only one document in the collection. Just perform a search. Like, I'm curious, don't you have access to the markdown of the table? I would like to check how many tables do we have in the tool collection. And I would like to see, is there markdown or are we only storing descriptions? Because those are very simple tables. But yeah, I want you to do a proper markdown. Oh, okay, it actually has access to the tables. Idiot. Let's verify it. Table 1. I saw it somewhere. Station. Okay, on the top. It's on the top. And this is instrumental. Okay, total temperature 2048, and this is, yeah, accurate, very 100%, of course, simple stuff, right? And then 36.56, and then you have documentary symbols. Yeah, it's sort of like it assumes this to be a table as well sometimes. Yeah, this should be a table, but yeah, we got, yeah, two of the table that's like, in terms of like a main table, this is accurate. I've got the subtext here as well, that's also accurate. Okay, nice. No, no forms. All right, cool. I think, yeah, I just have to show sources. All right, thank you so much for watching. If you were to watch this stream, of course, this was a very small one, but we completed the UI, most of it. Of course, as I did mention, I don't want to do another UI stream because it's just UI, right? What I'm going to do is come back and quickly work on sources and have those ready. And tomorrow we'll actually work on processing the documents. So working on yeah, so entirely not UI based. Will be using some, maybe I actually have a GPU, so I can run that, I can use it through Azure. And yeah, we'll just continue that. So tomorrow the goal is to complete the entire pipeline with all the test cases, the tries and etc, with buffers and etc, so then it doesn't fail in the middle, because then we're going to actually process the 10,000 documents. And yeah, I also need to have any fallbacks or something like that. Maybe just process at each 1,000 documents, sort of do some process, and then sort of see if there's any, because there'll definitely be some failure rates. We just want the failure rate to be less than 2 to 3%. That's a good number, and we can reprocess the 3% of the documents, and then we can come back to see, why it failed in the 3%, or if it were to have any, like if the failure rate was like 20%, 30% for the 10,000 documents for each, like, you process 1,000 and the failure rate is at 10 or 20%, that's very bad. Then you want to just pause it, and I would probably, jump in and see what's going on. But yeah, I will probably run it overnight. So tomorrow we'll work it out entirely. We have to see the amount of, like, we need to, like, yeah, we need to think through a lot of things and work on all the process. And yeah, once that's done, that's quite simple. Once you expose it in 10,000 documents, and then you expose it through an API, you just need, it's quite easy. The agent needs to work. And also we will also need to see, because it's not just the document processing, it's also, we'll have embeddings, we'll have re-ranker, we'll have the VLM, we'll process the documents, and the documents itself would need to run parallelly, and each document will have its own parallel API calls and etc. So we'll plan for the few hours, implement in the next hour, we'll fully complete it, and then we'll jump into on Thursday, I think so. In Wednesday, we'll jump into, getting the agent to work in a scale of 10,000 docs, which has about 500 million tokens. Then we also have to, realistically check how to reduce the space the agent can work, whether it's by timeline, or whether it's by the recent docs the agent has, the person has worked with. That's when the project, like, sort of like cloud projects, like, and the Meridian projects will come in hand. And yeah, etc, that's it. And you'll give, I guess this search itself will have to be improved. They're technical folks, right? You need to have some additional things, like sending an image or sending a PDF, or getting looking into something, or maybe even, I don't know, you might need databases, I'm not sure. But according to what we have on our RFP, where is it? So according to RFP, I think we've pretty much solved this. Heavy user technical jargon solved. Okay, we have domain specific acronyms. I need a day for it. So at least one day, because there's 18,000 domain specific acronyms, and we need to build a RAG, not just retrieval. Anyone can build retrieval, but like, why build it in the first place, and how to get it right. So then we need to understand the domain, the like, more about not the user, I'm not talking user experience, but like about the domain, like when is it useful, or is it just acronyms, or does it change by documents, or and etc. And we'll be using the NASA's thesaurus. It provides free 18,000 keywords. We'll only use 2,000 to 3,000. That's more than enough for the, not for the project we're building, but the solution we're solving to. It has a lot of taxonomy and all of those bunch of stuff, of course, not just aerospace jargons, but also life sciences, earth life science stuff, and astrophysics, and related to aeronautical engineering and stuff like that. But just complex, we just need to get that right, 2,000, 3,000, and then perform search in that. And yeah, and of course we'll also work on some good practices in case the thesaurus changes. You just have to reindex the stuff and keep it, also the improvements as well. It wouldn't be because we're building a production sort of one, right? So I'll try to have some good use cases for that. Tables and critical data, we've solved it. Cross-reference document, this is when, once we process all the 10K documents, I need to select 40 documents, get all the chunks properly, give it to Gemini, because now Gemini can read all the 40 documents, but our agent has access to 10,000. So it's sort of like finding that You have this one of the benchmarks of finding that intricate pieces among a given data set. Um, yeah, so that's what I want to try. If it were to work on that, like if you, like for example, in a given try, the agent would need to only look into 30, 40, 50 documents. So as long as it can find 30, 40, 50 documents in 10,000 document space, you can also make it work for 100k documents as well, and then 100k documents will become would be supported once you have the right infra, once you figure out how to reduce the dimensional space for it to, such. I'm not talking about embedding space. I'm actually talking, assuming agent is it has its own space. It would, do parallel hits. It'll do a lot of search in that constrained space first, and then if you don't find it, only your radius becomes, just like how even, like, like GPS systems work. First within a small radius you try to find, you put some signals and find the hit. If not, then you sort of try to expand it slightly, and opposed to, because one small information in this very small radius could be very, what do you call, very it can be very accurate, and it could also have reference documents. It's not about just finding the right one. The first few documents is just, it'll probably not be the right ones, but but the whole goal is that one document might reference another, and the other one would reference another, and the other one would reference another. And that's why we have the sub agents. So then what Claude can do is that when there's a lot of things to work on, it can just spawn sub agents instead of it doing and going through a lot of stuff. So it's also sort of redistributing the work and also redistributing the randomness. Good higher randomness is also good. The more randomness, not noisy randomness, but actual focused randomness. You do this, and the agent should find basic information and proceed from there. I'm only thinking, I think there's a 30 to 40% chance the agent would fail initially, because of course we only have systems, or we only have tools added. There's a lot of things we need to do in terms of context management, because I'm pretty sure it won't be quite straightforward. So I have to think through this. We'll figure this out once we build it. So it's not a problem to solve now. So awesome. I think, thank you so much for watching.